The war does not end with flags raised over ruined capitals or with signatures on a ship deck under camera flashes. It ends in a series of meetings held in neutral cities where diplomats arrive exhausted and leave with documents that feel more like postponements than conclusions. The year's 1944, and the largest conflict in human history stops not because one side has been defeated, but because the cost of continuing has become harder to justify than the uncertainty of stopping. There are no victory parades. There are communiques read over radio in measured tones, and then there is silence, and then there is the long work of learning to live inside that silence. The path to this moment is not a single catastrophic event, but an accumulation of limits. The Battle of the Atlantic proves more costly than anticipated, with convoy losses mounting through 1943 in ways that strain industrial replacement capacity. Shipping tonnage becomes a number that appears in closed-door briefings with increasing frequency, always slightly worse than the previous month's projections. The invasion of mainland Europe, when it comes, succeeds in establishing beachheads but stalls in the subsequent advance, grinding into a war of attrition that resembles the Western Front of the previous war more than anyone wishes to acknowledge. Casualties arrive in numbers that fill field hospitals faster than transport can evacuate them. The public, initially rallied by calls to duty, begins to fracture as the war stretches into its fifth year with no clear endpoint visible. In the Pacific, island campaigns become exercises in calculating acceptable losses, and each calculation becomes harder to justify to populations already worn by rationing and absence. Strategic bombing campaigns continue, but their effectiveness becomes a matter of bitter internal debate among military planners, who privately admit that tonnage dropped does not always correlate with strategic gain. The resources required to maintain multiple theatres of operation across two oceans create logistical puzzles that have no clean solutions, only trade-offs. Every gain in one area means a delay or a reduced commitment somewhere else. The war becomes a system that consumes everything fed into it, without producing the decisive outcomes that might justify that consumption. Political pressure builds in ways that are difficult to trace in any single moment, but impossible to ignore in aggregate. Labour strikes occur despite wartime restrictions. Editorials begin to appear in newspapers questioning not the righteousness of the cause, but the sustainability of the effort. Congressional hearings probe procurement failures and cost overruns with increasing sharpness. Allies express frustration in diplomatic cables that grow less diplomatic with each iteration. The Soviet Union, bearing the heaviest burden of the Eastern Front, begins to signal that its capacity for offensive operations is reaching limits that ideology cannot overcome. Britain, exhausted by years of bombardment and blockade, faces a domestic political landscape where even Churchill's rhetoric cannot entirely mask the reality of depleted reserves and fraying imperial commitments. Into this atmosphere of compounding strain comes the proposal that will eventually become the armistice. It originates not from any single government, but from quiet channels, diplomatic feelers extended through neutral states, unofficial conversations in consulates, back-channel messages that explore whether the other side might be willing to stop fighting if the terms were something other than unconditional surrender. The initial responses are cautious but not dismissive. Over months, these tentative exchanges gain structure. Working groups form, language is drafted, rejected, revised. The process is slow and secretive, and when it finally becomes public, it arrives not as a dramatic announcement, but as a fait accompli presented to populations too tired to do more than absorb the news in numb relief. The armistice itself is a peculiar document. It does not declare victory or defeat. It establishes what it calls lines of administrative control rather than permanent borders. It creates inspection regimes and demilitarized zones, mechanisms for prisoner exchange and humanitarian access, protocols for disputed territories and contested resources. The language is technical, bureaucratic, designed to defer rather than resolve. Crucially, it leaves in place the governments that controlled territory at the moment fighting stopped. There is no occupation of Berlin, no liberation of Paris in the sense those words would have meant in another timeline. The map of Europe at the moment the guns fall silent becomes, through legal formalism, the map of Europe going forward. What this means in practice is that Axis control consolidates across a vast swathe of the continent. The administrative apparatus built during wartime, the systems of surveillance, censorship, economic control and ideological enforcement, does not dismantle. Instead, it transitions from emergency measure to permanent governance. The security state, once justified as a temporary necessity of total war, becomes simply the state. Borders close not for military reasons, but for administrative ones. Travel requires permits, publications require approval, education curricula are standardized around narratives of order and stability. The machinery of control, having been built, continues to operate because dismantling it would require an external force that the armistice has specifically ruled out. In these territories, life develops a quality that is difficult to describe to those who have not lived it. It is not constant terror, because terror cannot be sustained at high intensity across years and decades without exhausting both those who inflict it and those who endure it. Instead, it is a pervasive caution, a learned wariness that becomes second nature. People develop an instinct for what can be said in which contexts. They become fluent in a kind of doublespeak, where official language is used in official settings and private truth is reserved for private spaces, spoken in lowered voices behind closed doors. Trust becomes a rare commodity, distributed carefully among family and a very small circle of intimates. The public square is for performance. Real life happens in kitchens, in basements, encoded phrases that mean one thing to listeners who know and something innocuous to those who do not. The educational system in these regions becomes a particular focus of state attention. Children are taught history as a narrative of necessary order, triumphing over chaos, of stability achieved through strength. Maps show the lines of administrative control as natural and permanent. Literature curricula emphasize themes of duty, sacrifice, and collective belonging. Teachers who deviate from approved materials find their contracts not renewed. Students who ask inconvenient questions are noted in files that follow them into university admissions and employment applications. Over time, this creates a generation that has only ever known one version of the world, for whom the pre-war period exists only as a vague, semi-mythical time described in whispers by grandparents who remember. The economic structure in these territories reorganizes around controlled trade networks. Resources flow along channels determined by state priorities rather than market forces. Factories produce goods according to central allocation plans. Labour is directed toward projects deemed essential to national strength. There is employment, there is housing, there is food distribution, but all of it operates within frameworks that prioritize control over efficiency. Consumer goods exist but are often shoddy, produced to meet quotas rather than satisfy demand. Black markets develop to fill gaps, tolerated when useful, cracked down upon when they grow too visible or too competitive with official channels. In the territories that remain outside Axis control, the armistice creates a different kind of strain. There is relief that the fighting has stopped, but also a profound unease about what has been accepted in exchange for that relief. Political debates become bitter and personal. Accusations fly about who advocated for the armistice, and whether they were defeatists or realists. Veterans return to societies that don't quite know how to receive them, because there is no victory to celebrate but also no defeat to mourn. They are treated with a kind of awkward deference, honoured in ceremony but not quite integrated into the narrative of what happened and why. The western portions of Europe that remain outside direct Axis control develop into a nervous borderland. Cities near the demilitarized zones feel the proximity of the line as a constant presence. Military installations remain at a state of permanent readiness, not quite at war but not at peace either. Trade with the controlled territories is limited and heavily regulated. Refugees who manage to cross over arrive with stories that are difficult to verify and harder to know what to do about. Governments in these regions walk a careful line, maintaining defensive readiness while avoiding provocations that might give excuse for the armistice to collapse. In Britain, the armistice is received with an exhausted ambivalence. The island has survived, but at a cost that will take decades to fully account. The economy, mobilised for total war, must now retool without the stimulus of reconstruction aid or the psychological boost of clear victory. Rationing continues longer than anyone hoped. The empire, already straining under the weight of nationalist movements, begins to fracture more rapidly without the binding narrative of having stood firm in a great moral struggle. The question of what Britain fought for, if the outcome is a frozen standoff, becomes a source of painful national introspection. Across the Atlantic, the United States faces its own reckoning with the armistice. The industrial mobilization that transformed the economy does not simply reverse. Factories that produce tanks and aircraft and ships must find new purposes. Workers who filled those factories must find new roles. The GI Bill still exists, but it operates in a context where the returning service members are not heroes of a great victory but participants in an effort that ended ambiguously. The mood is not triumphant. There is a weariness, a sense of having expended enormous energy without achieving the transformation that might have justified it. The political fallout is intense and prolonged. Investigations are launched into why the war ended as it did. Fingers are pointed. Reputations are built on having opposed the armistice, on having been more willing to continue the fight. The debate over whether the nation was betrayed or rescued becomes a defining fault line in politics for years. Elections turn on the question. The trauma of the ambiguous ending, the lack of closure, the impossibility of declaring that all the sacrifice meant something definitive, these become persistent features of the political landscape. In the Pacific, the armistice creates a world of negotiated zones and contested waters. Strategic islands become checkpoints in a network of controlled passages. Japan retains control over vast territories, and that control is enforced through a combination of military presence and administrative integration. The co-prosperity sphere, as it is officially termed, is not a voluntary association but a hierarchical system with Tokyo, at the centre, issuing directives that radiate outward through layers of regional administration. Resources flow toward the core. Labour is extracted. Local elites are co-opted or replaced. Resistance is met with reprisals that are calculated to instill maximum deterrent effect. For the populations living under this arrangement, life becomes a negotiation with power that is distant but omnipresent. Bureaucracy multiplies. Permits are required for commerce, for travel, for gatherings of any significant size. Language policy enforces the use of Japanese in official contexts, creating a bifurcated society where older generations maintain native tongues in private, while younger generations are educated into linguistic assimilation. Cultural production is censored and shaped, with traditional arts encouraged when they can be presented as part of a larger regional heritage, and suppressed when they carry hints of separate identity or resistance. The ocean itself changes character. What was once open water becomes a space of surveillance and control. Shipping lanes are monitored. Fishing vessels require registration and transponders. Naval patrols are frequent and unpredictable. The sense of living on an island is no longer about isolation in a romantic sense, but about being trapped in a monitored zone where movement is observed and regulated. This creates a particular psychological pressure, a feeling of the horizon being closer than it appears, of the world being smaller than the map would suggest. In the regions that remain outside direct Japanese control, the armistice brings a different kind of tension. Australia and New Zealand exist in a state of perpetual strategic anxiety, maintaining military readiness and alliance commitments that drain resources but seem necessary given the proximity of the line. The Philippines, caught in a contested status, become a source of ongoing diplomatic friction. Smuggling networks develop to move people and goods across the lines, tolerated by both sides when convenient, disrupted when political winds shift. The South China Sea becomes less a body of water than a political membrane, separating but also connecting, with crossings that carry weight and risk. Resistance movements, in both European and Pacific theatres, do not get the moment of liberation that would allow them to emerge into daylight and be celebrated. Instead, they persist as underground networks that must sustain themselves across years and then decades. This changes their character fundamentally. They cannot operate on the assumption that the current state of affairs is temporary, that help is coming, that history is on their side. They must plan for continuity across generations, and that planning shapes everything they do. Safe houses become permanent institutions, passed down within families. Children grow up knowing certain rooms are not to be discussed, certain visitors are not to be mentioned, certain times require absolute silence. Networks of trust are built slowly, tested repeatedly, maintained through a combination of personal loyalty and shared risk. The work is often mundane, hiding someone for a night, passing a message, storing papers in a false bottom drawer. The dramatic acts of sabotage that marked wartime resistance become rarer, too risky when there is no imminent prospect of liberation to justify the reprisals they would provoke. Instead, the resistance turns its energy toward cultural preservation. Underground schools teach forbidden histories, languages that official curricula suppress, literatures that are no longer allowed in public libraries. Printing presses operate in basements, producing pamphlets and newsletters that circulate hand to hand, read, and then burn to leave no evidence. Music is preserved through memory, sung in gatherings that have no record, passed from teacher to student in chains of oral transmission. The resistance becomes less a military force waiting to strike than a parallel society maintaining an alternative version of reality, keeping alive the idea that the current order is not natural, not inevitable, not permanent. This long-duration resistance develops its own culture and rituals. There are coded songs that sound innocent to outsiders, but carry layers of meaning to those who know. There are symbols that appear in graffiti, quickly painted and quickly scrubbed away but recognized and passed on. There are anniversaries marked in private, dates that commemorate events the official calendar does not acknowledge. Over time, this underground life develops a richness that is invisible from the outside, but deeply sustaining to those who participate in it. It is exhausting, it is dangerous, but it is also purposeful in a way that collaboration or passive acceptance is not. The nuclear question unfolds very differently in this timeline. Without a demonstration of decisive victory through atomic weapons, the programs that would lead to their development proceed along different lines, driven by different motivations. In a world of frozen borders and perpetual standoff, the bomb is not a war-ending weapon, but a strategic lever, a form of insurance, a deterrent that must be obtained because others are obtaining it. The race is less about winning, and more about not falling behind, and this changes the character of the competition. Multiple powers pursue nuclear capability in an atmosphere of intense secrecy and mutual suspicion. The United States, Britain, the Soviet Union, and eventually others pour resources into programs that are barely acknowledged publicly, but are open secrets in diplomatic and intelligence circles. Espionage becomes obsessive. Scientists who work on these programs are watched, their communications monitored, their movements tracked. Defections, when they occur, cause international incidents. The knowledge of how to build the weapons spreads slowly but inexorably, despite every effort to contain it. The result is a multipolar nuclear world that emerges earlier and with less institutional structure than in the timeline we know. There is no clear moment of superiority, no period where one side possesses the weapons and others do not. Instead, there is a gradual, nerve-wracking diffusion of capability, with each announcement of a successful test met by escalated efforts elsewhere. The arms race, if it can be called that, is less a sprint than a grinding march, with each side acquiring weapons not out of confidence, but out of fear of what might happen if they do not. Deterrence in this environment is fragile and untested. The doctrines that govern use are developed in real time, without the benefit of historical precedent or widely shared strategic theory. Protocols are established, sometimes through formal negotiation, more often through signalling and tacit understanding. Hotlines are eventually installed, but they are untested and their reliability is uncertain. War games are conducted in classified facilities, attempting to model how confrontations might escalate and where the stopping points might be, but the models are crude and the variables are too many. The overriding feeling is not stability but a kind of anxious stasis, where everyone understands that the weapons exist but no one is quite sure how the system would behave under pressure. The economic recovery that follows the armistice is slow, uneven, and fragmented. Without the psychological clarity of victory, without the sense that the sacrifices were vindicated by a clear outcome, the drive to rebuild lacks the unifying energy it might have had. Trade blocs form along the lines of control established by the armistice. Currencies do not freely convert. Capital flows are restricted. The international financial architecture that might have coordinated reconstruction remains rudimentary and politicized. In the territories under Axis control, economic development is directed by state priorities, heavy industry is emphasized, consumer production is secondary, living standards improve slowly, in fits and starts, with gains that are often clawed back by policy shifts or resource diversion. The command economy delivers employment and basic security, but at the cost of efficiency and innovation. Black markets provide what official channels cannot, and their existence is tolerated within limits, suppressed when they threaten state control. In the West, recovery is faster but still constrained. American industry, having mobilized for war, must now find markets in a world that is divided and protected. European reconstruction happens with American capital, but under conditions that are never quite stable enough to inspire full confidence. Investment is cautious. Business planning operates on shorter time horizons. The boom that might have been is replaced by a more tentative growth, constantly looking over its shoulder at the frozen borders and the unresolved tensions they represent. Consumer culture develops in this context, but with a different flavour. The abundance exists, or begins to exist, but it is shadowed by awareness of fragility. Advertising sells not just products, but the idea of normalcy, of a return to peacetime pleasures that might distract from the underlying tensions. But the normalcy never quite feels complete. There is always a sense that this could be disrupted, that the armistice might not hold, that the strange peace could give way to something worse. Globally, the armistice reshapes the landscape of decolonization and civil rights movements. The moral language that might have emerged from a clear Allied victory, the rhetoric of freedom defeating tyranny, of universal rights vindicated by military success, is muddied by the ambiguous ending. The colonized peoples of Asia, Africa, and the Caribbean find themselves in a world where the European powers are weakened but not decisively so, where the United States is powerful but cautious, where the Soviet Union is focused on its own borders and immediate security. Independence movements continue, but they operate without the tailwind of a victorious liberal internationalism. Where they succeed, it is through their own efforts, through long campaigns of civil resistance, negotiation, and sometimes armed struggle. The victories, when they come, are hard-won and often partial. Borders are drawn hastily and sometimes cruelly. Newly independent nations inherit fragile economies and contested legitimacies. The great powers offer aid but with strings attached, seeking advantage in the competition that continues even after the formal war has ended. In the United States, the civil rights movement unfolds in a context where the nation cannot as easily claim moral authority on the world stage. The contradiction between stated ideals and domestic realities is still glaring, but the imperative to resolve it is less pressing when there is no clear victory narrative to uphold. Progress happens but through grinding campaigns, legal challenges, local organizing, courage in the face of violence. The movement must build its own momentum without the boost that might have come from a more triumphant national mood. The rhythm of daily life in this long standoff develops its own patterns. News is consumed carefully, with an eye toward reading between the lines. Media in controlled territories operates under censorship that is pervasive but not always obvious. Stories are shaped through omission rather than overt propaganda, through emphasis and framing rather than outright lies. People learn to decode this, to understand what is not being said, to compare notes in trusted circles about what might actually be happening. In households, families develop strategies for navigating the tension between public and private life. Children are taught to be careful, to understand that not everything that is said at home can be repeated at school. Parents make calculations about how much truth to share, how much to protect their children through ignorance, how to prepare them for a world that requires constant vigilance without crushing them under the weight of that requirement. Rituals of normalcy are maintained with a kind of determined ordinariness. Holidays are celebrated, birthdays are marked, weddings and funerals proceed with their traditional forms, but underneath there is always the awareness of the larger situation, the frozen conflict, the unresolved tensions. Gatherings have a tentative quality, a sense that this moment of peace or celebration is carved out of something larger and less stable. Travel, where it is permitted, carries a weight it would not have in a more open world. Crossing borders, even the ones that are officially open, involves documentation and scrutiny. Letters are written with the knowledge that they may be read by others. Phone calls, when they connect across the lines, are assumed to be monitored. The infrastructure of surveillance is not always visible, but its possibility shapes behaviour. People self-censor not because they are constantly watched, but because they might be. And the stakes of being caught in disfavoured speech are high enough that caution becomes automatic. Professional life in controlled territories requires a particular kind of navigation. Advancement often depends on demonstrated loyalty, on participation in approved organisations, on avoidance of anything that might mark one as unreliable. Careers are built by those who are good at performing compliance, at navigating bureaucracies, at understanding where the lines are without needing them to be explicitly drawn. Those with talent but insufficient political reliability find themselves relegated to positions where their skills can be used but their influence limited. In academic and intellectual life, the constraints are particularly acute. Research agendas must align with state priorities. Publications must pass through review processes that assess political content as carefully as scholarly merit. International conferences, when they happen, are carefully managed affairs where participants understand they are representing their nations as much as their disciplines. The free exchange of ideas exists in theory and in carefully monitored practice, but the monitoring changes what can be exchanged. The arts develop under these conditions in complex ways. Official art is produced, funded by the state, celebrating approved themes. It is often technically accomplished but emotionally hollow, propaganda dressed in aesthetic form. But alongside this, a shadow cultural production exists, work that is created in private, shared in small circles, sometimes smuggled across borders. This underground culture is not always overtly political. Sometimes it's simply honest, dealing with human experiences that do not fit the official narratives. Its existence is itself a form of resistance, a refusal to let all expression be shaped by the needs of the state. Music becomes a particularly important vehicle for this alternative culture. Songs can be learned without written record, passed orally, modified through performance. They can carry meanings that shift depending on context. A love song that is also about longing for freedom, a folk tune that preserves regional identity in the face of cultural homogenization. Musicians who operate in this space develop reputations that spread through word of mouth, through hand-dubbed recordings that circulate unofficially, through performances in venues that are not quite legal but not quite forbidden. Science and technology progress, but in directions shaped by the strategic priorities of the standoff. Research funding flows toward areas with military application: materials science, rocketry, computing, nuclear physics. Civilian benefits spin off from these efforts but as secondary effects. The space race, when it develops, is less about exploration than demonstration, each launch a signal of capability and reach. The moon, if it is reached, will be reached as a way of saying something about power projection, not wonder. The world that develops across the decades following the armistice is one of deep divisions that are accepted as permanent features rather than problems to be solved. Children grow up learning the map as it is, not imagining that it might be different. The lines of administrative control, which were supposed to be temporary arrangements pending a final settlement, become simply how the world is organized. Diplomatic efforts to move beyond the armistice framework occur periodically, but founder on the same obstacles. No side willing to give up what it controls, no consensus on what a better arrangement would look like, no trust sufficient to take risks for change. Trade happens across these divides, but always within frameworks of control and suspicion. Goods are inspected, tariffs are high, disputes are frequent. Tourism, where it exists, is managed, with visitors granted limited access to approved sites and monitored throughout their stays. Scientific exchange happens but in carefully bounded channels, with each side seeking knowledge while guarding its own advances. The porousness that might allow for organic integration never develops, and the divisions harden into structures that become self-reinforcing. Generations born after the armistice come of age knowing only this world. The war itself becomes history, taught in schools with competing narratives that depend on which side of the lines you live on. Veterans age and die, taking with them the living memory of what came before. The question of whether the armistice was right or wrong, necessary or tragic, becomes more abstract as the people who made those decisions pass from the scene. What remains is the structure itself, the system of frozen borders and perpetual standoff that has become the normal state of international affairs. Political thought develops around the question of how to live in permanent uncertainty. Philosophers write about the ethics of compromise, the responsibilities of generations that inherit conflicts they did not start. The possibility of finding meaning in a world that offers no clear resolutions. Literature explores the psychology of living in between, neither at war nor at peace, neither entirely, free nor entirely oppressed, always aware of the larger forces that constrain individual lives, but also always finding small spaces of autonomy and dignity within those constraints. Religious and spiritual movements grapple with the theodicy of the situation, how to understand a world where such enormous suffering was followed not by resolution but by prolonged ambiguity. Some find in this a call to focus on personal virtue, on building small communities of care and meaning that can exist regardless of larger political structures. Others develop theologies of resistance, framing the struggle against oppression as a spiritual discipline, a way of maintaining human dignity in inhospitable circumstances. The diversity of responses reflects the impossibility of any single narrative encompassing the experience. As decades pass, technology changes the texture of the standoff without fundamentally altering its structure. Communications improve, but they are monitored. Travel becomes faster, but border controls remain. Information flows more readily, but censorship adapts, becoming more sophisticated in its methods. The fundamental fact of division remains. Only the tools for managing it evolve. The environmental consequences of this world begin to manifest slowly. Industrial policy driven by strategic competition rather than sustainability leads to degradation that is noted but not prioritized. Rivers are polluted, air quality declines in industrial centers, forests are cleared for resource extraction. The problems are recognized, but addressing them would require cooperation that the system cannot produce. Environmental movements emerge but struggle to gain traction against the imperatives of strategic positioning and economic competition. Health systems develop unevenly. In wealthier regions on both sides of the divide, medical advances continue, driven by military needs that have civilian spillovers. Antibiotics are developed, vaccines are improved, surgical techniques advance. But access is uneven, shaped by the hierarchies of the system. In poorer regions, in rural areas, in places deemed less strategically important, medicine remains rudimentary and care is scarce. Epidemics, when they occur, are managed at borders rather than through cooperative public health efforts. The psychological toll of living in this prolonged standoff is substantial but difficult to measure. There is a baseline level of stress that becomes so normal it is hardly noticed. The awareness that stability is contingent, that the peace is frozen rather than genuine, that force remains the ultimate arbiter of disputes even if it is held in reserve. This manifests in various ways: higher rates of anxiety disorders, substance use as a coping mechanism, a dark cynicism in popular culture that treats idealism as naive, and survival as the highest virtue. But there are also forms of resilience that develop. Communities that have lived through this for decades develop deep bonds of mutual support. Families treasure their private spaces as refuges from the public performance required in official contexts. Friendships are valued intensely when they are built on genuine trust rather than strategic advantage. The small joys, a good meal, a moment of laughter, a child's achievement, a garden in bloom, take on heightened significance as assertions of life against the deadening weight of the larger system. Art that emerges from this context, particularly the unofficial art, develops a particular aesthetic, spare, ironic, attentive to small details and private moments, suspicious of grand narratives, finding beauty and persistence rather than triumph. Literature from the underground presses is marked by an attention to the texture of daily life under constraint, to the small decisions that define character when large actions are foreclosed. The stories are often quiet, focused on individuals navigating impossible situations without clear heroic options, finding dignity in simply enduring with integrity. Music from this period, particularly the music that circulates unofficially, has a melancholic quality, even when the tempo is upbeat. The lyrics are often elliptical, saying things slant because direct statement is dangerous. Melodies draw on traditional forms but combine them in new ways, creating hybrids that reflect the Hunza reality of life under these conditions. Performances are treasured as moments of communal recognition, where people come together to hear articulated feelings that cannot be spoken directly in other contexts. The educational experience of children growing up in this world is marked by contradictions. Official curricula teach one version of reality, but many children also receive alternative education at home or in underground schools. They learn to code switch, to give the expected answers in school while retaining private knowledge that contradicts those answers. This creates a kind of double consciousness, an ability to hold multiple versions of truth simultaneously and to navigate between them depending on context. Sports and games take on heightened importance as domains where competition can be expressed without deadly consequences. International competitions, when they happen, are charged with significance beyond the contests themselves. Victories are celebrated as validations of national worth. Defeats are passed for political meaning. Athletes become proxies in a struggle that cannot be fought directly. The Olympics, if they continue, are less celebrations of human achievement than venues for demonstrating relative standing in the larger competition. Technology industries develop along separate tracks on either side of the divide. Standards are incompatible, systems do not communicate, and each side develops its own ecosystem of innovation. This duplication is inefficient but seems necessary given the lack of trust. Corporate espionage is rampant, with companies constantly working to reverse engineer competitors' advances. Patent disputes are impossible to resolve across jurisdictional lines, leading to parallel innovations that never quite benefit from each other's insights. The Internet, when it begins to develop, emerges as fragmented networks rather than a single global system. Protocols are different, access is controlled, and content is filtered. The vision of universal connection remains just that, a vision never realized. Instead, there are separate digital domains that mirror the physical divisions, with crossing between them difficult and monitored. This shapes how information flows, how communities form online, how digital culture develops. The potential for a global digital commons is foreclosed by the imperatives of control. Financial systems remain stubbornly separate. Currencies do not freely convert, capital controls are strict, and international transactions are cumbersome. This limits economic integration and keeps living standards lower than they might otherwise be. It also creates opportunities for those who can navigate the complexities. Arbitrageurs, smugglers, officials who can be bribed to facilitate transfers. Corruption becomes endemic because the systems are so rigid that circumventing them is often the only way to accomplish necessary tasks. In the realm of migration, the frozen borders create pools of stateless people, refugees from the initial conflict who never found permanent homes, and subsequent generations born in displacement. Camps that were supposed to be temporary become permanent settlements. People spend entire lives in limbo, neither able to return to places that are no longer accessible, nor fully integrated into the places where they have landed. The international organizations that might address this are weak and chronically underfunded, their mandates contested by states that see refugee populations as burdens or potential security threats. For women, the trajectory of rights and opportunities is shaped by the nature of the systems they live within. In authoritarian territories, women are mobilized when it serves state needs, as workers, as mothers of future citizens, but are constrained in personal autonomy. Education is provided but channeled toward approved roles. Reproductive choices are limited by policy. Domestic violence is treated as a private matter, unworthy of state intervention. In the territories outside direct Axis control, progress toward equality happens but unevenly, region by region, often against significant resistance. The question of justice for wartime atrocities is never satisfactorily resolved. Without a clear victor, there is no tribunal, no comprehensive accounting. Victims know what happened to them, but there is no official recognition, no punishment for perpetrators who now live openly as respected members of society in territories where their crimes are either denied or justified. This creates a persistent wound in the collective psyche, a sense that the moral order of the universe is broken when such things can happen without consequence. Memory itself becomes contested terrain. In controlled territories, the official version of history is enforced through education, through commemorations, through the architecture of public memory. Monuments are built to celebrate the order that was achieved, the stability that was preserved. Counter-memories are preserved in private, in family stories, in underground literature, in places of pilgrimage that have meaning to those who know but are unremarkable to those who do not. The passage of time does not heal these divisions so much as transform them. The urgency of the immediate post-war period gives way to a kind of tired acceptance. People focus on their immediate lives, on raising children, on building careers, on the small satisfactions that are available within the constraints of the system. Politics, which once felt like life or death, becomes background noise, something that happens in distant capitals and affects daily life only indirectly. The standoff becomes simply how the world is, a fact as basic as geography. But underneath this surface normalization, the tensions remain. The unresolved questions do not disappear just because they are no longer actively discussed. They are passed down, transmitted across generations in quiet ways. A grandparent's bitter aside, a parent's careful explanation of why certain topics are not discussed outside the home, a sudden break in conversation when the wrong person approaches. These moments accumulate, shaping understanding even when the direct experience of the war has faded into history. When confrontations do occur, they are sharp and dangerous precisely because there is no established mechanism for resolving them. Each incident, a border dispute, a trade disagreement, an espionage revelation, has the potential to escalate because there is no shared framework for de-escalation. Diplomacy is constant, urgent, often secret, working to prevent small frictions from becoming catastrophic ruptures. The successes are invisible. The world simply continues. The failures would be spectacular, and the knowledge of what failure would mean shapes every decision. Military forces remain on alert across the decades. Conscription continues in most territories. Young men and increasingly young women pulled into service that is described as defensive but feels like preparation. They drill, they train, they maintain equipment that is constantly upgraded to match potential adversaries. The weapons stockpiles grow, both conventional and nuclear. Defense budgets consume resources that might have gone to education, to healthcare, to infrastructure. The argument is always the same. Security requires it. The alternative is unthinkable. Intelligence services expand in scope and sophistication. Every state develops apparatus for espionage, for counterintelligence, for monitoring both external threats and internal dissent. The distinction between foreign and domestic intelligence blurs. Technologies for surveillance become more powerful. Wiretaps, informant networks, eventually computers that can process vast amounts of data, looking for patterns that might indicate threat. The panopticon is not built all at once, but assembled piece by piece, each edition justified by necessity. Cultural exchange programs exist, but are carefully managed. Students who study abroad are vetted carefully before departure and debriefed upon return. Artists who travel are expected to represent national interests. Defections occur and cause scandals. Musicians who refuse to return, scholars who request asylum, athletes who disappear during competitions. Each case is analysed for what it reveals about conditions on the other side, for what it might indicate about cracks in loyalty. The language people use to describe their world reflects the peculiarity of the situation. They speak of the situation when they mean the standoff, of the other side when they mean the territories beyond the line, of difficult times when they mean conditions that have persisted for decades. Euphemism becomes endemic because direct naming feels either dangerous or pointless. The result is a discourse that is elusive, indirect, requiring context to decode. Historical analogies are drawn constantly, often incorrectly. People reach for comparisons to earlier periods of frozen conflict, to empires that maintained control through combinations of force and administration, to previous eras when the world was divided. But the comparisons never quite fit because the scale is unprecedented, because the technologies are different, because the nuclear dimension creates a floor of catastrophic risk that earlier periods did not have. Philosophy and social theory attempt to make sense of the condition. Existentialists write about living in bad faith, about the ways people accommodate themselves to systems they privately despise. Political theorists map the structures of power, trying to understand how control is maintained without constant coercion, how systems reproduce themselves across generations. Critical voices emerge from underground presses, circulated hand to hand, arguing for alternatives that seem impossible within current constraints, but perhaps possible in some imagined future. Religious institutions navigate complex relationships with power. Some accommodate, finding ways to maintain their institutions by avoiding confrontation with the state. Others resist, sometimes openly, more often quietly, offering spaces where alternative values can be articulated and lived. Churches, temples, mosques become sites of both conformity and dissent, often simultaneously, with different layers of activity visible depending on who is looking. The question of whether the armistice was inevitable or could have been avoided becomes a topic of endless historical debate. Scholars in different regions working from different archives with different levels of access produce competing accounts. Some argue that continuation was possible, that with different leadership or different strategies the war could have been won. Others contend that the limits were real, that the armistice was the least bad option available given the constraints. The debate is unresolvable because the counterfactuals cannot be tested, but it continues because the question of whether the world had to be this way remains urgent. As the century moves toward its end, the generation that remembers the war begins to disappear entirely. Their passing removes the last direct link to the before times, to the world that existed prior to the conflict and the frozen peace that followed. History becomes fully history, no longer living memory. This changes how it is taught, how it is remembered, what lessons are drawn from it. The armistice, once a traumatic rupture, becomes simply the origin point of the current order, the moment when the world took the shape it has kept. Younger generations, who have never known anything else, have different relationships to the situation. For them, the divisions are not wounds but facts. The borders are not lines of control but simply borders. The constraints are not impositions but the structure within which life happens. This creates a certain kind of pragmatism, less anger at the situation, less longing for alternative, more focus on navigating what is. But it also creates, in some, a hunger for something more, a sense that this frozen condition cannot be the final state of human affairs, that history must eventually move again. Social movements that emerge in this later period have a different character than the resistance of earlier decades. They are less about restoration, less about returning to a previous state, more about pushing towards something new that has never existed. They take up causes that transcend the Cold War divisions: environmental protection, human rights, economic justice. They try to build networks across the lines, connections that bypass official channels. Their success is limited but not zero. Small spaces of cooperation open, tentative and fragile but real. Technology continues to evolve, and with it new possibilities and new dangers. Computing becomes more powerful, enabling surveillance but also encryption, control but also coordination among resistors. The arms race extends into new domains: cyber capabilities, space-based systems, bioweapons. Each technological frontier becomes a new arena of competition, with the familiar pattern repeating. One side achieves advantage, others scramble to catch up, equilibrium is re-established at a higher level of destructive potential. The environmental degradation that was ignored for decades begins to produce unavoidable consequences. Crops fail, water supplies are contaminated, weather patterns shift. These problems do not respect borders, and addressing them requires cooperation that the system makes difficult. Some coordination happens driven by shared necessity, but it is grudging and incomplete. The possibility exists for crisis to force integration, but also for crisis to deepen divisions as regions fight over shrinking resources. Economic pressures mount as the inefficiencies of divided systems compound. Growth slows, living standards stagnate, younger generations face worse prospects than their parents. This creates internal pressures within territories, labour unrest, political movements demanding reform, brain drain as talented people seek opportunities elsewhere. The stability that was supposed to be the dividend of the frozen peace begins to look less stable. At the same time, the sheer passage of time has created constituencies invested in the current order. Industries have grown up around defence production, bureaucracies have expanded to manage the systems of control, political careers have been built on expertise in navigating the standoff. Change, even change that might be beneficial in aggregate, threatens specific interests that have power and will resist. The inertia of institutions becomes its own force, making transformation difficult even when it is desired. Late in the century, events in one region begin to shift the calculus. Perhaps economic collapse in a controlled territory creates an opening. Perhaps a new generation of leaders emerges with different priorities. Perhaps a near-miss nuclear incident frightens everyone into reconsidering the sustainability of the status quo. The details vary depending on where you look, but a sense grows that the frozen peace cannot persist indefinitely, that something will have to give. The final decades of the century are marked by this tension between inertia and incipient change. The old structures remain in place, but cracks appear. Protests break out and are suppressed, but they leave traces. Unofficial publications multiply despite crackdowns. Cross-border contacts increase despite monitoring. The system maintains itself, but maintaining itself requires ever more effort, more resources, more attention to threats that come from within as well as from without. And yet, as the century closes, the fundamental fact remains. The world is still divided by lines that were drawn when the fighting stopped decades ago. The armistice has not resolved into a real peace, but neither has it collapsed back into war. The standoff continues, transformed by time but not transcended, a permanent condition that 3 generations have now lived within. The question of what comes next remains open, hanging over everything like the rain that falls steadily on this black screen, neither beginning nor ending, simply continuing, an atmospheric condition that has become the medium through which all life proceeds. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. There is a moment in history that never quite arrived, a collapse that almost happened but didn't, a thread that held when it might have snapped. This is not about great battles won or lost, nor about emperors who suddenly became wise. It's about something quieter, the decision to pay soldiers on time, to keep a harbour dredged, to settle a tax dispute before it turned into a rebellion. Imagine the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century, teetering but not falling, its administrative machinery grinding and complaining but still turning. The question is simple. What changes if the roof stays on? The empire does not need to become perfect. It does not need visionary leadership or miraculous reforms. It needs only to avoid the worst of its cascading failures happening all at once. Picture a succession system that stabilizes, not because emperors become saints, but because the army and the Senate find a way to agree on who leads without tearing apart 3 provinces in the process. Picture border defences that receive their pay reliably enough that soldiers stop looking for warlords to follow instead. Picture a tax system that, while never beloved, becomes predictable and locally negotiated rather than a sudden demand that strips a region bare and sends farmers fleeing into the hills. These are not glamorous fixes. They are the dull work of keeping institutions alive. What happens when the machinery keeps running is that the small things, those invisible sinews of trade, communication and habit, do not snap. A merchant in Massilia knows that the grain ships from North Africa will arrive in summer, as they always have. A mason in Lugdunum can still order lead pipes from a supplier 2 provinces away, because the roads are patrolled and the coinage is recognisable. A clerk in Ravenna copies legal precedents into fresh ledgers, knowing that courts in Hispania and Britannia will refer to the same texts. This is the sleepy power of continuity. It is not dramatic. It does not announce itself. But it changes everything. Consider the Mediterranean as it was, a network of ports, each one a node in a vast system of exchange. Wheat, olive oil, wine, pottery, textiles, metals, slaves, spices and ideas moved across water with a regularity that made the sea less a barrier than a highway. When the Western Empire began to fracture, that network frayed. Ports silted up because no one dredged them. Pirates returned because no one patrolled. Cities that depended on imported grain began to starve or shrink. Craftsmen who relied on distant materials found their supply chains broken. In our altered history, these breakdowns are delayed or prevented. The state remains organised enough to maintain harbour infrastructure, to keep piracy suppressed, and to ensure that ships can move without being shaken down by a dozen petty warlords along the coast. This steadiness in trade creates a feedback loop. When merchants know their goods will arrive, they invest more. When cities can rely on food, they grow instead of contracting. When coinage remains stable, people trust it, and markets expand rather than retreat into barter. The ancient world ran on credit and contracts as much as on coins, and both required a background of enforceable law and predictable behaviour. If the Western state survives, so does that background. A baker in Burdigala can borrow money to expand his shop because the lender believes the debt will be enforceable in court. A shipbuilder in Londinium can accept payment in promissory notes because he trusts the currency and the legal system behind it. These are not revolutionary changes. They are the accumulation of small confidences, repeated across thousands of transactions every day. The survival of the state also means the survival of standards. Weights and measures do not fragment into local variants as quickly. A pound in Gaul is still a pound in Italia. A contract written in one province is still intelligible in another. Shipping schedules, once established, become habits. Repair networks for roads and bridges do not vanish, but are maintained by a continuous bureaucracy. When a bridge washes out, there is still a regional official whose job it is to see it rebuilt, and still a tax base to pay for it. The empire was never efficient, but it was persistent. That persistence extended becomes a kind of miracle. Christianity, meanwhile, continues its spread, but in this world it grows alongside a functioning state rather than into the vacuum left by collapse. The relationship between church and empire was always complex, full of tension and negotiation, but it was also symbiotic. Bishops became civic leaders in part because civic leaders disappeared. In a world where the Western state endures, bishops still rise in influence, but they do so as partners in governance rather than replacements. The Church provides what it always did: charity, education, moral authority, and a network that crosses political boundaries. The state provides what it always did: law, infrastructure, military defense, and administrative reach. This partnership reshapes both institutions. The Church becomes more integrated into the machinery of the empire, not in a way that corrupts it entirely, but in a way that makes it a pillar of public life. Bishops sit on councils that advise governors. Monasteries become centres of learning and record-keeping, their libraries growing as the state continues to fund the copying of texts. Church courts handle disputes over morals and family law, while imperial courts handle property and crime, and the two systems learn to coexist and refer cases to each other. The result is a more unified public sphere, where religious and civic identities are not opposed but layered. Doctrine still matters, of course. Theological disputes still flare. Councils still debate the nature of Christ, the role of bishops, the content of Scripture. But these disputes happen within a stable framework. Heresy is less likely to fragment entire regions because the state remains strong enough to enforce a degree of uniformity, and the Church is embedded enough to negotiate rather than dictate. The Arian controversy, the Nestorian debate, the Monophysite question all still occur, but they do not shatter the empire into rival kingdoms. Instead, they become internal arguments within a system that bends but does not break. The survival of Roman legal continuity is perhaps the most profound change. Roman law was one of the empire's great achievements, a body of principles and procedures that organized everything from property disputes to inheritance, from contracts to crimes. When the Western Empire collapsed, that legal tradition survived in fragments, preserved by the Church, remembered in barbarian codes, eventually rediscovered and revived in the Middle Ages. But in our alternate history, it never needs rediscovering. It simply continues. Imagine a Europe where courts operate with the same basic legal framework from Spain to Britain to North Africa. Property law is standardized. Contracts are enforceable across provinces. Citizenship is not a dead concept, but a living one, evolving slowly as the empire evolves. In the historical Middle Ages, law became hyperlocal and personal, tied to feudal relationships and customary practice. In this alternate timeline, law remains imperial and procedural, tied to documents and courts. A farmer in Gaul can appeal to the same legal principles as a merchant in Syria. A woman in Britannia can inherit property under the same rules as a woman in Italia. This legal continuity does not mean justice is perfect or equal. Roman law was full of inequalities, between citizens and non-citizens, between men and women, between free and enslaved. But it was also flexible and capable of reform. Over centuries, as the empire endures, those reforms accumulate. Citizenship expands, legal protections grow. The harsh edges are slowly filed down, not through sudden revolution, but through the steady work of jurists, legislators, and pressure from below. The medieval concept of the king's justice never fully replaces the idea of the law, because the law remains older and more authoritative than any single ruler. Language, too, follows a different path. Latin was always evolving, splitting into regional dialects that would become French, Spanish, Italian, Romanian, and Portuguese. But that evolution was accelerated by the collapse of schools, the fragmentation of administration, and the isolation of regions. In a world where the Western state survives, Latin changes more slowly. Schools remain open, teaching a standardized form of the language. Bureaucrats continue to write in Latin across provinces, creating a common written standard. Churches conduct liturgy in Latin everywhere, reinforcing a shared linguistic backbone. Regional dialects still develop, of course. A farmer in Gaul does not speak the same Latin as a clerk in Rome, but the distance between them is smaller. The educated elite across the empire can still communicate easily. Legal documents, religious texts, and administrative orders all use a Latin that remains mutually intelligible. the linguistic map of Europe does not fracture into a dozen incomprehensible tongues. Instead, a diglossia emerges, local spoken forms for daily life, formal Latin for writing, and official business. This linguistic unity makes cultural and intellectual exchange easier. Ideas spread faster. Innovations are shared more readily. The sense of a common civilization persists. Knowledge becomes cumulative in a way it was not in our history. The ancient world had achieved remarkable things. Aqueducts, concrete public health systems, surveying techniques, legal codes, agricultural manuals, medical texts, philosophical treatises. Much of that knowledge was lost or forgotten in the West after Rome's collapse, only to be painstakingly recovered centuries later. In this alternate timeline, the knowledge never vanishes. It is maintained, copied, taught, and slowly improved. Libraries do not burn or decay into ruin. They are maintained by the state and the church, their collections growing rather than shrinking. Monasteries become centres of learning, but so do imperial academies, which continue to train administrators, lawyers, and engineers. Medical knowledge advances incrementally as texts are preserved, and physicians share their findings across provinces. Architectural techniques improve as engineers have access to centuries of accumulated records. Agricultural methods spread as manuals are copied and distributed. Shipbuilding becomes more sophisticated as each generation builds on the last. Sanitation systems are not only maintained but expanded as cities grow and the state invests in public health. This does not mean progress is rapid or dramatic. Ancient technology had real limits, and those limits do not disappear, but the baseline is higher. The floor beneath which knowledge does not fall is much higher. A medieval mason in this timeline has access to Roman construction manuals that were never lost. A medieval physician has access to Galen and Hippocrates, not as distant legends, but as the foundation of his training. A medieval lawyer has access to the entire corpus of Roman legal thought, continuously updated and annotated. The result is a civilization that does not need a renaissance to rediscover its past, because it never fully lost it. The political structure of this enduring empire evolves, but it does not remain static. The centralized autocracy of the late Roman Empire was always fragile, dependent on the personality of the emperor and the loyalty of the army. In a world where the state survives, it must adapt. Over centuries, a kind of imperial federation emerges. Provinces gain more autonomy, managing their own affairs while acknowledging the emperor's authority. Regional assemblies grow in power, negotiating taxes and laws. With the centre, cities retain their ancient privileges and expand them, becoming semi-autonomous units within the larger framework. This is not a smooth or peaceful process. There are rebellions, civil wars, and power struggles, but they are different from the wars that followed Rome's collapse. They are fights within a system, not fights to replace the system entirely. A rebellious governor in Gaul is not trying to become an independent king, but to renegotiate his relationship with the emperor. A powerful general in Hispania is not carving out a new kingdom, but maneuvering for influence within the imperial hierarchy. The conflicts are political rather than civilizational. They are about power and resources, not about erasing the past and starting over. The result is a Europe that, by the year 1000, looks very different from ours. There is still an emperor in Ravenna or Rome, acknowledged from Britannia to North Africa. Beneath him, provinces have wide latitude to govern themselves, but they share a common legal system, a common currency, and a common administrative language. Cities are larger and more prosperous, connected by roads and sea routes that have never fallen into disrepair. Trade is vigorous, not only within the empire but beyond it, as Roman merchants reach into the Baltic, down the African coast, and across the Indian Ocean. The church is powerful, but it is one institution among others, not the sole inheritor of Roman authority. This alternate Europe is not a utopia. It has poverty, inequality, slavery and oppression. It has wars, famines, and plagues. But it is more connected, more literate, more legally ordered, and more institutionally stable. The medieval period, as we know it, does not quite exist. There is no dark age because the lights never fully went out. There is no sudden revival of learning because learning never collapsed. There is no feudalism in the same form because centralized authority never disappeared entirely. Instead, there is a long, slow evolution, a civilization that changes but does not break, that reforms but does not restart. Imagine walking through a city in this world. The streets are paved, as they have been for centuries. The aqueduct still brings clean water from the hills. The forum is still the centre of public life, where merchants haggle, lawyers argue, and officials post notices. The basilica, where the bishop preaches, is built in a style that blends Roman and Christian elements, with mosaics depicting saints alongside classical motifs. The courthouse operates under laws that stretch back 1,000 years, updated and annotated by generations of jurists. The harbour is busy with ships from Alexandria, Carthage and Constantinople, their cargoes inventoried by clerks using forms that their ancestors would recognise. This is not a frozen world. Fashion changes, architecture evolves, new technologies appear, better ploughs, new crops, innovations in metalworking. But the changes are built on a foundation that was never shattered. The sense of continuity is palpable. A citizen of this alternate 10th century could visit a library and read documents from the 5th century, written in a Latin that is still comprehensible. He could visit a court and see legal arguments made using precedents from centuries earlier. He could travel across the empire and find the same coinage, the same weights and measures, the same basic legal rights. The intellectual life of this empire is richer and more continuous. Philosophers still debate Plato and Aristotle, but they do so in an unbroken tradition that includes the Church Fathers, the late Roman commentators, and the medieval scholars who followed. Mathematicians build on Euclid and Archimedes without needing to rediscover them through Arabic translations. Engineers study Vitruvius not as a recovered treasure, but as a standard textbook. The scientific method, such as it exists in this pre-modern world, is more systematic because the institutions that support scholarship, universities, academies, libraries, are older and more stable. Medicine advances more steadily. The medical schools of Alexandria and Rome never closed, and their traditions continued uninterrupted. Physicians still rely on ancient authorities like Galen, but they add to that knowledge with each generation. Dissection is still controversial, limited by religious and cultural taboos, but it happens more often than in our timeline because institutional support exists. Hospitals, originally founded by the Church, expand with state funding. Public health measures, quarantines, sanitation laws, clean water supplies are maintained and improved. The Great Plagues still come because the biological realities have not changed, but responses are more organised and less catastrophic. Agriculture benefits from continuity as well. Roman agricultural manuals like those of Columella and Varro remain standard references. Estates are managed with long-term planning, crop rotation is understood and practiced, and innovation spread through a network of landowners and administrators who can read and correspond. The medieval agricultural revolution, the heavy plough, the three-field system, the horse collar, still happens, but it happens within a framework of existing knowledge. Farmers are not starting from scratch, but improving on methods that were never entirely lost. Trade routes extend further and more reliably. The Silk Road remains active, but now Roman merchants are organised and protected by a state that negotiates treaties and enforces contracts. The Indian Ocean trade is dominated by Roman and Persian merchants, their ships larger and better built because shipbuilding techniques have been preserved and refined. The Baltic trade brings amber and furs into the empire, exchanged for wine, oil, and manufactured goods. The African trade brings gold, ivory and slaves north, while Roman glassware, pottery, and textiles flow south. The economy is more monetized and more integrated, with banking and credit systems that span continents. This economic vitality feeds back into the state. Tax revenues are higher because the economy is more productive. The state can afford to maintain its roads, its aqueducts, its fortifications. It can fund schools and libraries. It can pay its soldiers and sailors. It can invest in infrastructure projects, new harbours, new bridges, new public buildings. The state is not universally loved, and taxes are still resented, but the benefits of the state are visible and tangible. People grumble about taxes, but they also appreciate the roads, the courts, the peace, and the order. The military evolves as well. The late Roman army was a mixture of professional soldiers, barbarian federati, and local militias. In this alternate timeline, the army remains a professional force, paid and equipped by the state. It still recruits heavily from the provinces, including from beyond the borders, but those recruits are integrated into a Roman military tradition. They learn Latin, they swear oaths to the emperor, they adopt Roman tactics and equipment. The result is an army that is effective, loyal, and sustainable. Border defences remain strong, and while there are still invasions and raids, they are repelled or absorbed rather than overwhelming the empire. The relationship with the barbarian peoples beyond the borders is different as well. In our history, the collapse of the Western Empire led to the creation of successor kingdoms ruled by Germanic peoples: Franks, Visigoths, Ostrogoths, Vandals, Lombards. In this timeline, those peoples still migrate and settle within the empire, but they do so under Roman authority. They become provinces, not independent kingdoms. They adopt Roman law, Roman language, and Roman Christianity. Their leaders are made governors or generals within the imperial system. The cultural exchange is still profound, but it happens within a surviving political framework. The result is a more gradual blending, a synthesis rather than a replacement. The influence of the Eastern Roman Empire, what we call Byzantium, is also different. In our history, the East and West drifted apart, divided by language, theology, and politics. In this alternate timeline, with the West surviving, the division is less pronounced. The two halves of the empire remain distinct but connected, united by trade, law, and a common Christian identity. There are still theological disputes, over icons, over the nature of Christ, over the authority of the Pope versus the Patriarch, but these disputes do not lead to permanent schism. The Church remains more unified, and the empire, though vast and diverse, retains a sense of being a single civilization. This unity extends to the Islamic world as well. When Islam arises in the 7th century, it encounters a Roman Empire that is stronger and more cohesive than in our timeline. The initial Islamic conquests still happen. The energy and conviction of the early Muslim community are not diminished, but the results are different. The eastern provinces, Syria, Egypt, North Africa, are still lost, because the empire cannot hold them against such determined opposition. But the loss is less catastrophic. The empire retrenches, fortifies, and holds the line in Anatolia and the Mediterranean. The Islamic world and the Roman world become two great civilizations facing each other across the sea, trading and fighting, influencing and learning from each other. This ongoing contact between the Roman and Islamic worlds accelerates intellectual exchange. Greek philosophy, preserved and translated by Muslim scholars, flows back into the Roman Empire not as a rediscovery but as a continuation. Arabic numerals and algebra are adopted more quickly. Medical and astronomical knowledge is shared. The rivalry is real and sometimes violent, but it is also productive. Both civilizations are enriched by the encounter. The Europe that emerges from this history is not the Europe we know. The nation-states that define modern Europe, France, Spain, England, Germany, do not form in the same way. Instead, there are imperial provinces with distinct identities but shared institutions. Gaul is not France. It is a province of the empire with its own dialect, customs and traditions, but also with Roman law, Roman administration, and a sense of belonging to a larger whole. Hispania is not Spain. It is a diverse region that includes Latin-speaking Christians, Berber settlers, and Jewish communities, all living under the same legal system. Britannia is not England. It is a remote province, less Romanized than the south, but still connected to the Mediterranean world by trade, law, and language. This does not mean local identities disappear. On the contrary, regional cultures flourish within the imperial framework. The empire is not a monolith, but a mosaic, a collection of distinct pieces held together by shared institutions. People identify as Gallic or Hispanic or British, but they also identify as Roman, as citizens of a common civilization. This dual identity, local and imperial, shapes politics, culture, and daily life. The cities of this empire are the heart of its civilization. Urbanization never reversed as it did in our timeline. Cities like Rome, Ravenna, Milan, Lyon, Cordoba, London and Carthage remain large and vibrant. They are centres of trade, learning, administration and culture. They have public baths, theatres, libraries and forums. They are connected by roads and sea routes that make travel relatively safe and fast. A merchant or scholar can travel from one end of the empire to the other, finding familiar institutions and languages in each city. This mobility fosters a cosmopolitan culture, where ideas and innovations spread quickly. The countryside is different too. In our history, the collapse of the empire led to the rise of self-sufficient estates and the decline of markets. India, this timeline, The countryside remains integrated into the market economy. Farmers produce for urban markets, not just for local consumption. They use Roman roads to transport their goods and Roman coinage to buy what they need. They are subject to Roman law and can appeal to Roman courts. The result is a more prosperous and legally protected peasantry. There is still inequality, still exploitation, but the extremes of serfdom do not develop. Farmers are more likely to be free tenants or small landowners than bound labourers. Religion continues to shape this world profoundly. Christianity remains the dominant faith, but it is not monolithic. The church is powerful, but it must negotiate with the state and with local traditions. There are still heresies and schisms, still debates over doctrine and practice, but these conflicts are managed within a stable institutional framework. The church runs schools, hospitals and charities. It provides moral guidance and spiritual comfort. It also wields political power, but that power is balanced by the emperor, the senate, and the provincial assemblies. The result is a more pluralistic public sphere, where religious and secular authorities coexist and compete. Judaism remains a significant minority within the empire. In our history, Jewish communities faced persecution and expulsion, but they also maintained a presence throughout Europe and the Mediterranean. In this timeline, with Roman law protecting property and contracts, Jewish communities thrive as traders, craftsmen and scholars. They maintain their own courts and customs, as Roman law allows for communal autonomy. The relationship is not always easy. There are still episodes of violence and discrimination, but the legal framework provides a degree of protection that was absent in the fragmented medieval world. Jewish scholars contribute to the intellectual life of the empire, translating texts, engaging in philosophical debates, and serving as intermediaries in trade with the Islamic world. As centuries pass, the empire continues to evolve. By the year 1200, it looks more like a confederation than a centralized autocracy. The emperor is still the symbolic head, but real power is shared among provincial governors, urban councils, church leaders, and military commanders. The system is complex and sometimes chaotic, with constant negotiations and conflicts over authority and resources. But it works. The empire does not collapse. It bends, adapts, and endures. Technology continues to advance, though not at the pace of the modern world. Windmills and watermills spread, harnessing natural power for grinding grain, sawing wood, and powering bellows. Metalworking improves, producing better tools, weapons, and machinery. Printing does not arrive as early as in our timeline, but manuscript production is highly organized, with scriptoria in monasteries and state-run workshops producing standardized texts. The result is higher literacy and wider access to knowledge. The Renaissance as we know it does not happen because it is not needed. There is no sudden rediscovery of classical learning, because classical learning never went away. Instead, there is a continuous intellectual tradition that includes the ancients, the church fathers, and the medieval scholars. Art and literature evolve gradually, experimenting with new forms and styles without the sense of a dramatic break with the past. The humanist ideal of the educated citizen is never lost, because the empire always valued education and civic participation. The Protestant Reformation also looks different. In our history, the Reformation was partly a response to the corruption and rigidity of the medieval church. In this timeline, with the church more integrated into the state and more subject to secular oversight, the same grievances exist but are addressed differently. Reformers call for changes, and some of those changes are implemented through councils and legislation. There are still splits and disputes, but they are less likely to fragment the church entirely. The result is a more diverse but still unified Christian tradition, with different practices and emphases in different regions but a shared institutional framework. The exploration of the wider world also proceeds differently. The Roman Empire already has a presence in North Africa, and it extends that presence southward, driven by trade and curiosity. Roman ships, building on centuries of maritime tradition, venture further down the African coast and across the Atlantic. The encounter with the Americas, when it comes, is different. The Romans, like the Europeans in our history, bring diseases, weapons, and ambitions. But they also bring a more developed legal system, a more bureaucratic approach to colonization, and a more diverse population. The impact on indigenous peoples is still catastrophic, but the nature of colonization is different, more organized, more legalistic, and more complex. This alternate world is not better in every way. It has its own injustices, its own tragedies, its own failures. Slavery persists longer in some forms because the Roman economy relied on it, and because the legal framework that protects property also protects the ownership of people. Women remain subordinate in law and custom, though the continuity of Roman law does provide some protections for property and inheritance. War remains a constant because human nature has not changed. Disease and famine still devastate populations because the biological and environmental realities are the same. But this world is also different in important ways. It is more connected, more literate, more legally ordered. It has a stronger sense of history and continuity. It has institutions that are older and more resilient. It has a culture that values education, law, and civic participation. It has avoided the complete collapse and fragmentation that defined the medieval period in our history. The result is a civilization that is richer, more complex, and more capable of managing change. Imagine finally standing in a street in this alternate world. It is raining, and the water runs in channels cut into the stone pavement 1,000 years ago. You take shelter under a colonnade, its columns carved with inscriptions in Latin that you can read if you have had any education. Across the square, a courthouse operates under laws that date back to the Emperor Justinian and beyond, their principles updated by centuries of jurists but recognizable to a lawyer from the ancient world. In the harbour, ships are unloading goods from Alexandria and loading others bound for Londinium, following schedules and routes that have been maintained for generations. Nearby, a church bell rings, calling the faithful to prayer in a building that combines Roman and Christian architectural traditions. This is a world where the thread never broke, where the institutions, habits and knowledge of the ancient world were passed down, adapted and built upon. Where the medieval period was not a dark age but a long, slow transformation, where modernity arrived not through a sudden rediscovery of the past, but through a continuous evolution from it. It is not our world. It is a thought experiment, a what-if, a glimpse of how much difference continuity makes. History is not a single explosion, but a chain of small decisions, and sometimes keeping the roof from caving in is enough to change everything. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.